Kevin Kiermaier's defense in center field has been recognized as the best in baseball. Kiermaier going back. He's going to leap. He got it. And that ball is caught, robbing Machado of a home run. Wow. What a catch by Kiermaier. This is vintage Kiermaier. This is when he is having the most fun. After winning gold and platinum gloves 2 years ago, tonight Kevin receives his gold glove for his defensive wizardry in 2016. Tonight at Tropicana Field, the Rays continue this opening week homestand as they take on the Toronto Blue Jays, and a special night for Kevin Kiermaier and fans coming in. First 15,000 receiving the Kevin Kiermaier bobblehead. Hi again, everyone, and welcome to an evening of Rays baseball with Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats. Great to have you with us. Well, a drawn-out affair last night. The Rays had to come from behind twice, but they prevailed. So the series even at a game apiece. And BA, tonight is a special night for Kevin Kiermaier. You just don't get any better in terms of effort or performance in center field.
Absolutely not. And for me, Kevin Kiermaier is the premier defender in Major League Baseball, and he's got some hardware to prove it. You know, a Gold Glove winner this year. You go back to 2015, a gold and a platinum. He's a guy that can make all of the plays. He's got a very strong arm, but it is the ground that he covers that sets him apart. He gets great reads. He takes great jumps and great angles, and he gets to top end speed as quickly as anybody in the game. And that's why I don't think that Kevin Kiermaier is going to be giving up or collecting more hardware anytime soon.
Receiving his second consecutive Rawlings American League Gold Glove Award right now in pregame ceremonies. You just don't play center field any better than this guy. Great moment for the young center fielder for the Rays. We'll have all the action in just a few moments. Back right after this. night in their eventual 10-8 win, and a big part of that was the power bat of Evan Longoria in the first inning. For more on that, let's go down to Alex.
Hey there, Dwayne. Well, Evan Longoria has been getting off to a quick start. The first home run of the 2017 Major League Baseball season belonged to the Rays third baseman, and he's picking up right where he left off a year ago when he had a career-high 36 home runs. Well, on Friday night, he hit his second home run, making it the third time in his career he's hit multiple home runs within the Rays' first 5 games. Longoria has been off to an impressive start to the season, but it's no surprise to his skipper, Kevin Cash.
Nothing that he's doing is really surprising. He had a monster year for us last year, and whatever we can get out of him here early on, his numbers are going to be his numbers. He'll get where he needs to. It's great that he's contributing in a huge factor like he always does early now.
Evan Longoria looks to help the Rays offense get off to a quick start again tonight. But coming up, the Rays' Chris Archer looks to build off his opening day win against Toronto's Aaron Sanchez, who is making his debut. Rays baseball coming at you next.
Rays and the Blue Jays have divided the first 2 games. Toronto taking the first game 5-2. The Rays last night 10-8. And tonight they send the right-hander Chris Archer to the hill, making his second start of the year and looking for his second win. The lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers for the Toronto Blue Jays. Leading off, Devin Travis at second base, followed by Josh Donaldson and then Jose Bautista. The DH again tonight, Kendrys Morales. Troy Tulowitzki at short, hitting 5th in front of the left fielder Steve Pearce. Russell Martin will do the catching, hitting 7th. Justin Smoak, the first baseman, hits 8th. And in center field, batting 9th, is Kevin Pillar.
And just like we're told all the time, Dwayne, the same goes for Chris Archer, and that is continue the momentum. You look at his first start, 7 strong innings. He gave up 2 earned runs. They were early, but he was able to recover, get those 7 strong, 108 pitches, and picking up his first victory of the year. Let's take a look at that Tampa Bay Ray defense, see how it's going to line up behind them here tonight. Brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source. And in the outfield, left to right, we have Smith, Kiermaier, and Souza Jr. And across the infield, third to first, Longoria, Beckham, Miller, and Morrison, with Derek Norris behind the plate.
All set to go to work. Chris Archer coming off the excellent outing against the Yankees, resulting in a 7-3 win. And here's the first pitch of this game tonight. Fastball, and it's a bit wide, so we're underway. Travis 3 for 14 to start this year. Broken bat and a roller for Longoria, and he takes care of that in routine fashion. 1 up and 1 down. Well, Archer 6-4 against the Toronto Blue Jays in his career. 3-2 here and 3-2 in Toronto, and pretty much identical numbers against the Blue Jays home and in Toronto.
It really is odd. You're right. The record is the same. The ERA is the same. 3.23 home and road.
Made one more start against him here than in Toronto, but everything else that counts is pretty much identical. Here's Josh Donaldson. There's a strike. Boy, Donaldson key. If you can contain him, you've got a shot against this Toronto lineup. And so far, in the head-to-head matchups, Archer's been able to do that. Donaldson 3 of 26 against him. Archer ahead in the count, 0-2.
Well, when you make pitches like he has so far, these first 2 to Donaldson, right at the top of the strike zone, and then knee high on the outside corner. Well, that's how you try to control that bat. Great stuff, but you got to put it in really good spots.
Ball, 2 strikes. Donaldson. Couple of extra base hits last night, a double in the 5th and a home run in the 8th inning, connecting off Danny Farquhar to open the 8th. That made it a 1-run game at the time, and the Rays added a run there. They're cutting him as he chased the pitch high out of the zone. 2 up, 2 down.
Boy, and really good velocity by Chris Archer so far here early in this game. That last pitch reaching 97 miles an hour up and out of the strike zone. Josh Donaldson just cannot hold off.
2 up, 2 down. It's Jose Bautista. Pitch is up. Bautista 2 for 15 to start the year. Drove in a run last night, was on twice, once on an error, and scored twice. Archer falls behind, 2-0. Strike. Mark Wegner calling the balls and strikes tonight. Two.
That's the risk that you run. You take that 2-0 fastball that's right down the middle, and then all of a sudden here comes the slider, 2-2. And now Chris Archer's back to a position where he can do anything. Climb the ladder with the fastball, come back with another slider and try to take it a few inches further off the plate.
Ooh, Archer thought he had strike 3 there. Started to leave the mound and quickly went back to the top of the hill. Well, once the count is full.
Once you realize that it is not going to be called, you do not want to show up the umpire, in this case Mark Wegner, and all of a sudden you just get back and say, hey, listen, that's on me, give me the ball back.
And now he gets him. He does come back with the slider. and strikes him out. A 1-2-3 first with 2 Ks. Dickerson to lead it off, then Kiermaier and Longoria. Rays and the Blue Jays. Let's take a look at the starting lineup put together by Kevin Cash. Presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Corey Dickerson to lead off, then Kevin Kiermaier and Evan Longoria. Brad Miller, Steven Souza Jr. and Logan Morrison down the middle. Derek Norris, the catcher, hits 7th. Alex Smith is in there hitting 8th and left, and Tim Beckham, the shortstop, hits 9th.
Well, taking the mound tonight for the Toronto Blue Jays, right-hander Aaron Sanchez. See what he did last season. How about that year? 15-2, ERA of 3.00 in 192 innings, holding opponents to an average of just 224, and obviously making his first start of the 2017 season.
Dickerson off to a good start at the top of the order, and he fouls the first pitch. Fastball in the mid-90s to start the night for Sanchez. Boy, what a matchup here with Chris Archer and Aaron Sanchez.
Boy, electric stuff. You know, good life on the fastball, good breaking balls. Chris Archer, of course, has the slider. Aaron Sanchez, a very hard curveball. I'll tell you, Sanchez not afraid to use that fastball.
High fly ball back into center. Towering fly ball back there. Just to the edge of the track, and on the track, Pilar in center field makes the catch.
I'll tell you, that was a pretty good swing there by Corey Dickerson. Getting close. Anyway, let's take a look at that Toronto Blue Jay defense and see how it's going to line up. Brought to you by Golden Diamond Source. And in the outfield, left to right, we have Steve Pearce, Kevin Pilar, and Jose Bautista. Across that infield, third to first, Josh Donaldson, Troy Tulowitzki, Devin Travis, and Justin Smoak, with Russell Martin back behind the plate.
Now Kevin Kiermaier. Down, a ball, no strike. Sanchez had a little blister issue near the end of spring training, but they say that it's all healed now. 2-0.
And you got to be careful with those too, because if you don't take care of them early, that's something that can linger for a while. And you think about the way that the ball comes out of the hand of Aaron Sanchez. A lot of RPMs.
2-1 to count on Kiermaier. Chop right side. Sanchez going to run it in himself. So Kiermaier is out of there. Sanchez headed over there to make the pickup and just kept on going.
If you find yourself in a position that you can cut down on a transfer, you do that, especially when you got a guy like Kiermaier, the way that he's able to get up the line.
Now Evan Longoria. Evan belting the first inning home run last night against the left-hander Francisco Liriano. Evan's second of the year. .313 so far for Longoria. This ball for a strike. Here's the home run. He got pretty good distance on this one. There was no question. Well over 400 feet. 1-1. Short night for the veteran left-hander last night. Fly ball into left. It's Pierce to make the catch. 3 up, 3 down go the Rays. Couple of 1, 2, 3 runs here in the first. No score. Baseball on Fox Sports Sun, brought to you by T-Mobile. Only T-Mobile will let you stream, post, and share all things MLB. With T-Mobile One, unlimited data means unlimited baseball. By your local Ford dealer and by your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. Three of the series underway. We move into the second. 2 strikeouts and a 1-2-3 first for Archer. Now here's Kendrys Morales. Pitch is a strike. Morales, who hit the grand slam here in the first game of the series, has had great success against Archer. Look at this. 10 of 16. 5 extra base hits, including a couple home runs.
Time for those numbers to start to swing back towards the norm. That's a little excessive right there by Kendrys Morales.
I like the way you're thinking, and there's some logic to that too.
Averages, and nobody should be putting up an average like that against Chris Archer and the stuff that he features.
2-1 the count. TULOWITZKI on deck. Good night last night after struggling through the first few games of the season.
That could be a big reason why it's the worm starts to turn. Is Chris Archer and his ability to throw that changeup, the willingness to throw that changeup down in the count. We saw that a lot against the Yankees in his opening start. really was mixing all three of his pitches very well.
Did he go? Yes, he did. Morales is out of there on strikes. Morales slow in leaving the plate. Mike Winters, the crew chief down at third, confirmed that he went around.
Yeah, watch a lot of movement with that bat, and that absolutely is a little bit too far. Kendricks thought he kept the hands back. Did a nice job of doing that, but that bat head flared out there, and Mike Winters said it flared out a little too far.
Yeah, the changeup for Archer was a very big pitch in that outing against the Yankees. He threw 15 or 16 of those, I think, throughout the contest. At varying speeds as well. Here's Tulowitzki looking at a strike. And that helps to neutralize the left-handed bats.
Well, I think that if you're going to have sustained success as a starting pitcher, you're going to need 3 pitches. And oftentimes we've seen Chris Archer be able to go out and dominate with 2, fastball, slider. But when you think long term, you need to incorporate a 3rd pitch. You know, I think back and we talk about it, we've seen him a ton. I think about CC Sabathia. CC Sabathia was a heck of a pitcher with the fastball and the slider. And then all of a sudden he developed a plus changeup, and then he went right to the elite level of starting pitcher in all of Major League Baseball. And I think that could do the same thing for Chris Archer.
This one hangs up there in the center field. Kiermaier makes the catch. Tulowitzki is out number 2.
And that doesn't mean you shy away from the fastball or the slider. It doesn't mean that you become a changeup guy, or you don't have to throw it too much. You know, 12, 15 times a game, pick a spot, send a message with it. If it's really working well that night, maybe you do incorporate it a little bit more. It just all depends on what the game plan dictates. But I think the addition of that 3rd pitch will enhance, you know, the value of the fastball and the slider, make it even better.
I think you're absolutely right, and especially inside the East, because these teams see each other so often that you have to have a little different look once in a while just to keep hitters honest.
Yeah, there's no question. That's a great point. And if you look at Chris Archer's numbers against the American League East last year, that's probably part of it. The way the game plan changed against New York, the way that he's, you know, using the slider and the changeup early and often here tonight. You know, he was just 2-11 last year with an ERA approaching 4.5 in the division. And so obviously changes are going to be made, and we've seen that here early on.
1-1 the count to Steve Pearce. Will be out of play. Pearce 3 of 8 in his career against Archer. The impressive young right-hander for the Blue Jays. Shot foul. Archer, 28 years old. Sanchez will be 25 in May. So 2 hard-throwing right-handers with good stuff otherwise.
Lively arms. You know, they get out in front with good hand finish. The ball just jumps off the fingertips.
Popped up first base side. Morrison's after it down near the bullpen, and he got it just short of the bullpen bench, and a nice play. Rays coming in to hit in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Brad Miller is going to lead it off. Souza and Morrison to follow. No score. At the ballpark. Apparently, a Milwaukee Brewers fan has joined the Toronto Blue Jay contingent there.
Either that or he just went, I don't have the chicken head. I'll just go with something yellow. Probably not easy to find down here in St. Pete, though.
It's fun at the old ballpark.
Too much, looks like.
Yeah, and it's early. We're only in the second inning.
Don't tell me that the furry convention is already making its way to the ballpark near you.
Miller going after the first pitch. High popper toward the line and left, and Pierce is there. And Donaldson and Tulowitzki headed that way as well, but it's Pierce to make the catch.
And something that's going to be interesting to watch, and Brad Miller right there just showed, a glimpse of how things may be changing. You've got both of these plus starting pitchers out there that look good early on. And these guys, typically, the further the at-bat goes along, it's going to end up poorly for the hitter. These guys, absolutely two of the most dominant starters in the game once they get you to 2 strikes. So we'll have to see if these lineups start to try to attack early and not let these guys get deep because they've been sharp.
Yeah, that's a great point. Souza Jr. takes that pitch, and it's a strike on the outside part of the plate. Souza 7 of 18. Little tap. Sounded as if he broke his bat, and Donaldson throws him out. Well, 3 pitches, 2 outs to continue the theme you broached there, and I think that's a great point made by you. You don't want to get behind these guys.
No
chance there.
No, you look at the numbers. Chris Archer with 2 strikes, a 158 average against. Aaron Sanchez a 150 average. The other thing that you know about Aaron Sanchez is he is fastball heavy. He really loves to use that sinking fastball. It has really a tremendous amount of late movement. And that's why he's not afraid to use it a lot. And so you kind of know what you're going to get if you're a Rays hitter.
Logan Morrison taking a strike. Base is empty. Now 0-2. Tonight's Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. When you contrast last year with this year, Logan Morrison off to a great start this year.
Pretty incredible, the turnaround, and that is going to allow him to relax and get into this season full of confidence from Jump Street. Because we know after that start last year, it was such a slow start, and you can imagine what it was doing to Logan Morrison mentally. He was able to come out of that and finish pretty strong. So to get off to a start like this, you just wonder what he's going to be able to do over the course of a season.
And he's going to be out on strikes. That was a 1-2 breaking ball, and Morrison thrown out with Smoke down at first, getting the put out. First strikeout for Sanchez. No score through 2. Strongest ticket package and drinkware in the Bay Area with the Rays Flex Pack. Save up to 60% off the single game ticket price and get 5 lower level tickets for $75. Get a Raise Up tumbler with each pack purchase. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit raysbaseball.com/flex. Raise Up. Veteran catcher Russell Martin leads off the third. After the first pitch, Souza Jr. after this one in foul territory makes the catch and jackknives right over that low wall, but hangs on to that baseball. That's pretty vintage Souza Jr. right there.
Listen, we have the benefit of being able to watch Steven Souza Jr. night in and night out, and yeah, when he gets close to those walls, you're just not sure. We saw him take a flagrant penalty last year in targeting. Right here, he makes a catch, and then over the low wall, he's gonna pretty tame by Souza Jr. standards.
Yeah, everything was under control for him. Not always the case.
No.
He's fun to watch that way. Here's Justin SMOAK. Ball, no strikes. Pitch low to SMOAK. 2-0. Foul out of play. 2-1. That's a strike. Around the knees, 2-2. Bounces in. So the count is full. Archer, a couple strikeouts in the first of Donaldson and Bautista. You got Morales in the second. He's retired the first 7. Sanchez the first 6. And a cut and a miss. Strikes out Justin SMOAK, number 4 for Archer.
I love Chris Archer coming right back to the pitch that he previously spiked. He tried to go 2-2 slider, didn't get it anywhere near the zone, and then comes back 3-2 slider, makes the adjustment. Look how long that thing stays in the strike zone, and then bottoms out, picks up another strikeout. That takes some guts. When you miss a pitch that badly and say, you know what, I'm going to get it right. Good sign.
Kevin Pillar, fastball is down. The ball, no strikes. One and one. Archer and Sanchez match up tonight here at Tropicana Field. Balls and a strike. But that already 18 pitches, 95 plus.
He did not have that velocity in start number 1, but boy, it is showing up here tonight.
Drops this one in there, 2-2.
Remember the beginning of that game, he was sitting around 92, 93. I think we saw one pop up at 95 that comes to mind, but there certainly wasn't 18 of them. Still early in this game.
Chopped to short, charged by Beckham, and the throw to first. 1-2-3. Go the Blue Jays for the 3rd consecutive inning. Bottom of the 3rd coming, no score. Score, get in on the action with exclusive on-field seating. That would be in the Papa John's bullpen box. Host your group of 50 to 85 in this private party area, just steps from the Rays bullpen. Reserve the Papa John's bullpen box by contacting Group Sales 888-FAN-RAYS. You can email Group Sales at raysbaseball.com or visit raysbaseball.com. Limited dates remain for that great area. Derek Norris to lead off the bottom of the 3rd. It's a ball too high, 1-0. Norris, Smith, and then Beckham due up for the Rays. Norris drove in 2 runs last night, including an RBI single in the 8th inning that gave the Rays a 2-run lead. A little cushion there. It was 9-8 until he drove in that run. If there was such a thing as a cushion last night, apparently there was no such thing.
There wasn't about the 6th inning when I checked out for a while. The cushion up here I leaned over on. I'll tell you, last night's game, well, you're going to be around for 4 hours and play that kind of a game. At least you win.
Norris lifting a high fly to center. Pilar's got room and makes the catch. Yeah, that's one of those games. If you're going to play that long and be involved in a game like that, you better win it, because you're not going to feel very good about losing it.
No, you're happy that you won. You realize there's some things that need to be cleaned up, but you're also thrilled that your guys continued to fight all game long. You know, you took the big lead early. Toronto comes back, takes the lead. You could have folded up like a cheap 10 at that point. The Rays did not do that. And ended up with the win. And same thing, if you're the Blue Jays, you think, wow, we played so sloppy. Our starter gave us 1 out. We were able to fight back, though, and take the lead late and then give it back up. That's a tough loss to have.
So the Rays came out with a win. They're 3-2 to start the year. Blue Jays 1-3 right now. Mallex Smith, the hitter for the Rays. Chopper by the mound. Travis with a pickup, no chance. Boy, if you have to change directions as a defender and it's Smith, the base runner, no shot.
We saw it last night with Kiermaier. You know, the same type of player from the left side. This ball off the glove of Sanchez. Once that play is not made, forget it. Forget it. In fact, Travis just eats it.
So an infield hit for Smith. That's what makes him so exciting. If he can make consistent contact, he's going to be interesting to watch.
Put the ball on the ground, let the wheels go to work, and now you're going to have the undivided attention of the pitcher.
BECKHAM at the plate. Pitches up. No ball, no strikes. You know, last year with Sanchez out there, the opposition stole 12 bases in 14 attempts. The year before, only 4 out of 11. But Martin struggled throwing out runners last year.
Yes, he did.
There was a considerable drop off there. Moved to first, and Smith is back in.
Yeah, when you look last year, Dwayne, the Blue Jays gave up 84 stolen bases, 5th in the American League. They tied for the fewest in the American League, caught stealings, only 20. So it was a down year, and teams pretty much ran at will. Sanchez pretty quick to the plate. It's a pretty good matchup between Smith and Sanchez.
Wow. Move over there.
That tag probably didn't feel good either, because Smoke dropped that hard on Malik Smith's right hand. Watch how quick the tag goes down. On the back of the elbow. Really didn't feel good.
Yeah, that'll hyperextend an elbow.
I'm telling you. You play with some first basemen that they take pride in slamming that tag down.
Smith to the back of the bag there.
Well, now you get Sanchez thinking about Smith, and what you're hoping for outside of a stolen base is maybe Sanchez rushes to the plate, leaves a pitch up that BECKHAM can handle.
Smith has a steal that came in the Yankee series. He's gone. Pitches a ball up, and the throw is not in time. Smith in there head first. Boy, that's an element the Rays have not had consistently in recent times.
Well, now you've got it from multiple sources. First of all, huge lead by Malik Smith, and then off to the races. Forget it.
Count goes to 2-0 on BECKHAM, and the Rays have a man at second now with 1 out. Pitch popped up, and that's Travis, the second baseman, to make the catch. Well, 2 outs with a man in scoring position, and it's going to get the top of the order, Corey Dickerson, to the plate.
Not a bad guy to have coming up right here.
Thinking exactly the same thing. Hit the ball well his first time up. He's off to a good start, swinging the bat well. Came into the game 1 of 6 against Sanchez. That hit was a home run. We'll see what the Rays can do now with 2 men out and Smith at second. Want to know. A ball, no strikes. It's at the very bottom of the zone, a strike call. 1-1. Ground ball headed to short. Tulowitzki makes the play, and the Rays will leave a man at second. We're headed into the 4th inning tonight. No score. The 4th inning. Let's check in with Alex right now.
Hey there, Dwayne. Well, some good news for the Rays shortstop, Matt Duffy. He will begin running on April 18th when the Rays return from their road trip coming up that begins on Monday in New York. But the good news is he's going to start to run. As we know, he's been working hard to come back from that Achilles injury. And he says kind of the hardest part about this is balancing wanting to come back at 100%, but holding back until he's ready to get back out there with his teammates. Dwayne?
All right, Alex, thank you. What a frustrating situation that has to be for everybody concerned, really.
Yeah.
But certainly for Duffy.
No question about it. I mean, you know, it comes over in the trade, and last season is cut short. Obviously, off-season surgery, still not out there. Wants to contribute. I mean, it's very difficult, and that's where you've really, like you said, you got to balance. You got to slow things down and make sure when you get out there, it's for the long haul, and that you're fully back and ready to go. Because shortstop, you're going to be doing a lot of quick movement, left, right, a lot of lateral movement. Hopefully, a lot of running of the bases.
Yeah, and you know, we talked with Ken Rosenthal the other night, who is another one of those guys who really likes Duffy.
Yeah.
He thinks a lot of him. I know Bruce Bochy, the manager of the Giants, hated to give him up. So the Rays would love to get him healthy and see what he could do out there on an everyday basis. Because the people who like him
good baseball.
Gives you great credibility there. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Who's better than Bruce Bochy? I'll tell you.
And that's right. When he's in your corner, then you feel pretty good and confident about that.
One and two, the count. 2-2 now. Well, Archer had made 37 pitches through the first three, almost half of those fastballs. Sanchez really relying on the fastball through the first three. 28 pitches, 24 fastballs. Foul ball. You mentioned that early, how reliant he is. I mean, he'll be 70% or more fastballs in one of his outings, Sanchez.
Yeah.
And he's certainly that so far tonight.
Yeah, well, you know, and there's something that we can take a look at when he's back out there. Another one of the reasons why he uses it so much, why it's so effective, even though guys know that it's coming. We'll save that for later.
Give us something to look forward to.
It's always about the tease, Wayne.
Full count on Travis. By the mound, Beckham with the pickup and the throw. 10 in a row retired by Archer to start this game. We'll go to Josh Donaldson now.
Number 20, Josh Donaldson.
You know, Donaldson, an interesting hitter, not only because he's so productive. You know, you would think of him when you watch him play. There's such great effort there. You think, well, this is an aggressive guy. He's a very patient hitter, but he swings like he means it. I mean, he does not get cheated. Strike one.
Yeah, when the trigger goes off to cut it loose, that's exactly what he does. He will try to wait for his pitch, but boy, when he gets it, you see the leg kick timing. Doesn't fool around.
Foul out of play. 0-2.
But he's another one of those guys, like the Rays third baseman, trying to get that ball airborne. You know, I mean, I saw a little tutorial that Josh Donaldson did where he was talking about you do no ground balls.
Yeah.
Wants to avoid those like the plague.
Yeah. You don't want a level swing.
No.
You want to launch.
That's it. He's done it about as well as anybody in the game the last couple of years.
You know, the interesting thing about that, and people talk about that as if it's a new discovery. That's what Ted Williams said. He said, you can't swing level when you make good contact.
Right.
And he didn't believe that that's what you did.
He just didn't say analytics or algorithm or anything like that
launch
after
angle
it.
or whatever that is.
Exit velocity.
Yeah. Tapper foul. As we discussed the other night, he just pick up a bat and go, no, this one doesn't feel right. This one, perfect.
This is the one. I mean, when you know, listen, he was one of the best in the game. No doubt about it. The ability to hit with power, average, everything. Legend.
And he is out on strikes. 2 up, 2 down in the fourth.
When you see a swing like that from a hitter as accomplished as Josh Donaldson, it tells you how late the break is. He is committing. This ball stays in the zone and then gone, and he knows it. He's got to protect, and then right there realizes not going to be able to get there. That is a deceptive pitch, and that is a pitch that has very late break.
This is Jose Bautista. Strike one, fouling a fastball back. Two outs, base is empty. And a strike count to Bautista. A couple of strikeouts in the first. One in the second, one in the third, one here in the fourth inning. 5 on the night. This one up and off the mitt of Norris. Jumped up on that one and threw it right back over the edge of the catcher's mitt. wide. The 5 strikeouts tonight, matching the total Archer had in the game against the Yankees. 7 innings in that one, 5 strikeouts, a couple of runs on 7 hits and a walk. 2 outs in the 4th tonight. It's upstairs, a couple of those up out of the zone. 3-1. Morales on deck. And that's a strike. How about that 3-1 pitch? Now the count is full.
I'll tell you, when you are not afraid to come with secondary offerings down in the count, and you've got stuff like Chris Archer, you really put the hitter on the defensive, and now he can come with any pitch he wants.
And a cut and a miss. He comes back with a fastball and strikes out Bautista. Great pitching matchup tonight. These 2 hard-throwing right-handers. Chris Archer for the Rays and Aaron Sanchez for the Blue Jays.
It's all said and done. I want people saying, you know, that dude could absolutely run balls down, throw guys out, and play with the best of them. And you know, I hope to get many compliments after my playing career, but right now I'm just enjoying every moment of this, and I'm just trying to help my team out there as much as I can, to be honest.
Yeah, and what's not to enjoy getting that 2nd consecutive Rawlings American League Gold Glove Award in pregame ceremonies. And here he is, Kevin Kiermaier, to lead off the bottom of the 4th inning. Strike 1. Boy, what a display of young pitching we have seen. Archer's ability to throw that slider 3-1. He has been right on, and Sanchez allowing just the infield hit.
You know, Sanchez's fastball, you look at the late movement on it, it's got just good arm side tail late, great velocity, but it's all set up. See right there, the breaking ball is nasty too, a hard curveball. Watch when he goes through his windup. When he goes through his windup, he's got a very smooth delivery. It's very deliberate, and then the way that he explodes towards home plate is what really makes his stuff even better than it is. It's already good on its own, but he is deceptive in his own way.
Well, he comes out throwing that fastball and uses it often, as we mentioned. And then the 2 strikeouts have been on the curveball. What a combination that's been for him.
Yeah. And occasionally you'll see the changeup. We've seen him use that pitch behind in the count tonight. But just watch how slow and deliberate and then explosive right there. And that ball just takes off. Good velocity, good movement. That's why he's not afraid to use it, because he almost lulls you to sleep. And then here it comes. That hand out in front, the hand speed, incredible.
2-1. Well, the Blue Jays love not only his basic talent that he carries to the mound, but they love his approach, his attitude, his dedication. They really think a lot of him and the work that he will put in. And so when they try to project exactly how good he could be, they're sky high on him.
Well, look what he's been asked to do in his, short major league career. He started, relieved, he's closed some games out, been in a couple of different postseasons already.
Yep. Yeah, in 15 he was in 41 games, most of those out of the bullpen. 11 starts, everything else out of the bullpen.
And the 11 starts came at the beginning of the season. First 11 outings were starts, and then he went to the bullpen.
Longoria thought he'd drawn the walk there, but Wegner calls it a strike, and the count is full.
Let's take a look. He did get the call, close.
Fly ball toward the line and right. Bautista into foul territory makes the catch. 2 outs in the 4th. Again, he's only 24 years old and started last year 23, turned 24 in the middle of the year. And look at what he accomplished a year ago in the American League.
15-2, that's an .882 win percentage. And even when you look at pitches an inning, okay, you say 7th. Well, 15.2, that's about the gold standard. When you're picking up some strikeouts, you're going to have a higher pitches per inning than a lot of guys. He's not a huge strikeout guy, but he certainly gets enough.
A ball, no strike count to Miller. Two and 0.
I think the one thing that the Blue Jays concerned about is the big jump in innings for Aaron Sanchez. You go back to that 2015 season, what he did in the minors, the regular season, the postseason, 109 inning or 109.1. And then all of a sudden last year he goes 203 2/3. That's a huge jump. You're talking about you're closing in on 100 innings from one year to the next on a young pitcher at this level. And that always is concerning to a front office.
Hey, there's a walk on 4 pitches to Miller. There's the breakout on him starting in 2014. 15 dividing the year. Last year 15-2.
Yeah, and 15 he had 9 2/3 in the minor leagues, and then he also had postseason 7 1/3 in the postseason. Had, what was it, 11 2/3 in the postseason a year ago, and that's where I got my numbers from, combining everything. But either way you look at it, it's a huge jump.
Steven Souza Jr.
Ball boy.
Strike
Hey.
the count. Souza grounded to third his first time. Center field, that will fall in front of Pilar. The Rays have 2 men on with 2 men out, and Souza, who's been hot, comes up with a base hit.
And he rifled that right back up the middle, and Kevin Pilar initially just a little bit of hesitation, and then at that point you're not even going to try to make a play here, because if it gets by you, the Rays are going to be on the board. Trying to come in, doesn't quite get it there. Souza Jr. able to get the barrel out in front. And you can see Pilar right there trying to get a read on that ball. Once he does, realizes he can't get to it. And the Rays with the first opportunity of the night.
Souza 8 for 20 on this opening homestand. See what Logan Morrison can do. He got down on the count. Sanchez struck him out with a curveball first time around. Fastball, that's strike one. Morrison came in 8 of 15 to begin this year. He didn't get his 8th hit last year until May the 8th. He has 8 now on April the 8th. One and one. Well, the Rays got Malik Smith to second base, and the third left him on. Now with 2 outs, Miller's at second, Souza Jr. at first. Strike zone a little wide tonight, and the count is 1-2.
Sometimes you get these umpires, they get caught up in the pitching matchup, and both of these guys have been very sharp here tonight, and you get caught up into calling strikes, and all of a sudden if it's close, boom, it's a strike, and here you go. Another reason to be swinging early. These guys get dangerous with 2 strikes.
Well, there's the curveball again. So the same thing here in the 4th as he utilized in the 2nd to strike out Logan Morrison. He got ahead 1-2 with the hard stuff, finishing with the curveball, and the Rays lead 2. No score through 4. With Chris Archer on the hill, and he has been very sharp.
Well, what can you say about Chris Archer picking up where he left off against the Yankees? The fastball has had better velocity here tonight. When he occasionally has fallen behind, has shown the willingness to use the off-speed pitches, not only to get back into count, but to put guys away. But for Chris Archer, it all starts with the fastball and the emotion. He's had plenty of both tonight.
He's retired the first 12 men he has faced, and here's Kendrys Morales taking a first pitch strike. There's a pop foul out of play. 0-2. Archer with 6 strikeouts. 4 of those have come on the slider. 2 strikes the count to Morales. Tulowitzki will be next, followed by Steve Pearce. There's a line drive. Oh, a base hit into right. Souza Jr. with the pickup. Well, Morales made contact and picks up the first hit allowed by Archer tonight to lead off the 5th.
Well, we saw the numbers. His first at bat, he was 10 out of 16, and he just continues to see the ball well off of Archer. And right there was a changeup that didn't quite get to the outside corner. If it gets to the spot, he rolls over this pitch, but it stays middle, and that allows him to just wrist flip it out into right field.
Yeah, he had such a great changeup against the Yankees, and we go back to the one he threw to Jacoby Ellsbury. Just an unhittable pitch because it had that great dive to the outer part of the plate and beyond. Here's Troy Tulowitzki. That's a strike. Tulowitzki hit a fly ball to Kiermaier in center in the 2nd. That's the only chance tonight for Kiermaier. Popper short right. Here comes Souza Jr. One away. Steve Pearce now the hitter. Blue Jays won the first game of the series Thursday 5-2. The Rays 10-8 last night. An oddity in that Xavier Cedeno got the win. He walked in 2 hitters in that game and still got the victory. That's only the 2nd time that's happened in Rays history. You have to go back to 2002. Tanyan Sturtz walked in 2 runs in a game against Kansas City and still managed to win. There's a strike to Pearce. Rays had to come from behind twice in that game. Ooh, close. That's almost a perfect pitch, but a little bit off. 1-1. It's going to be a strike.
That's that same type of swing we saw from Josh Donaldson. You know, that abbreviated, by the time you realize and recognize that you're not going to be able to hit the pitch, you try to hold up, but it's too late. And again, it just speaks to the quality of the pitch and how late the break is and how long it stays in the zone. There's really no way to combat that if Chris Archer executes that slider the way that he wants to.
Ground ball third. Longoria down to second. 1. Miller to first. They get the double play. Around the horn it goes. 5-4-3. Pearce grounds into a double play. And here's another look. Rays are coming in to hit in the bottom of the 5th. No score in this game. half of the 5th inning. MLB.TV Premium is back and better than ever. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices. Plus, get a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Archer gets the double play ball out of Steve Pearce. He still faced Archer the minimum number of hitters through 5, giving up that leadoff single to Morales, who was erased on that double play ball. His battery mate, Derek Norris, leads off the bottom of the 5th. Upstairs. Norris, then Malik Smith and Tim Beckham. Two and 0. Smith on deck. Line drive into left. There's a base hit. Leadoff single for Norris. And the Rays have a base runner with nobody out. Let's check in again with Alex.
Well, Dwayne, as you know, Malik Smith is known for his speed, but growing up, he wasn't the fastest in his family. He has 3 siblings, 2 sisters, 1 brother, and both of his sisters were track stars. So he told me losing to my sisters growing up wasn't fun. It pushed him to run harder, faster, turning him into quite the speedster he is today. Dwayne?
Yeah, and that's a very important part of his game, as we saw earlier tonight. No, nothing like a little sibling rivalry to spur one on.
Yeah, you don't want to lose to your sisters. that's a no-no. That'll get the blood pumping quicker than anything. I don't care if they are older. Doesn't matter. Nothing. That doesn't matter.
Pitch is down.
That's how Jackson feels when he goes up against Ryland and Ryland hands it to him.
Yeah. Well, it's good to be able to beat them in a race. Also good to outrun them if they're chasing you.
Well, yes.
Which happens once in a while.
Yeah. Every now and then.
Conference on the mound. Martin out to talk with the young right-hander. Rays had a base runner in the 3rd. That was Malik Smith, who reached on the infield hit and stole 2nd. With 2 outs in the 4th inning, Miller walked. Souza Jr. followed that with a base hit. Setting up men at 1st and 2nd. Morrison struck out to end that inning. And now Norris has opened the home half of the 5th with a base hit. Ball 3 to Smith, 3-0. Ball 4. So perhaps a little something brewing for the Rays. That walk to Smith pushes Norris up to 2nd base. 2 men on with nobody out.
Well, you're waiting to see what starting pitcher is going to blink first. And all of a sudden, after Chris Archer able to get the big double play, Aaron Sanchez comes out in the bottom half of the 5th inning and 7-hole base hit, walk to 8-hole, and now the Rays offensively have some things that they can do.
Well, let's see how the Rays play this with Tim Beckham. See if they'll try to move the runners over via the bunt.
It's the first thing that comes to mind.
Full swing and a pop foul up the right side, out of play.
The answer is no. A definitive no.
Yeah.
Well, Dwayne, you remember back in the day, chicks dig the long ball. Didn't say anything about a bunt. I don't think they're big
nobody
fans
ever
of that.
said that. The bunt was the favorite. Hey, there's some chicks right there. We could poll them.
Still in costume. That's pretty impressive.
A 1-strike count. 2 fastball. Beckham quickly behind. Top of the order's on deck. One and two. Yeah, the modern approach to baseball is that bunt is not in favor. You know, giving away an out is not fashionable. I'll tell you another guy who before all of this believed that, and that was Earl Weaver. Managed the Orioles all those years. He was not a big fan of the sacrifice bunt either. So we've got Ted Williams who loved to lift the ball, and Earl Weaver who didn't like the bunt. So is this really new or not? 2-2 the count to Beckham. Two. Ground ball third. Donaldson goes to second out there, and a wide throw. They do not get the double play. Ray's going to break there. So Norris goes to third base, and Beckham is safely aboard at first.
Well, so far, I mean, you can credit Malik Smith. He's going to be forced at second base, but the fact that he was able to get down there as quickly as he did, he's going to force the bad throw from Travis, sliding right into the bag. Now popping up and kind of getting into the way of Travis, affecting the throw a little bit. It's pulled a little bit wide, but it doesn't look like, you know, right into the bag.
Yeah, there was nothing wrong with the slide.
It didn't do anything wrong with that.
Nope.
Blue Jays wanted to take a look at that. But that was a great slide by Malik Smith, and he got there in such a hurry that Devin Travis was under duress when he made that throw.
Yeah.
It's a great job right there.
It was, and there was nothing wrong at all with that. So it's first and third. One away. Well, the way this game's stacking up, that has a chance to be a very big play. Dickerson. Missed the fastball for a strike.
I'll tell you, Corey Dickerson's swing looks quick this year. I mean, when he goes, it just looks that his bat is fast.
Yeah. Well, you have to believe that dropping 25 pounds and more core strength, he's strong to begin with.
Yeah.
And he is quicker. I think you're absolutely right about that. Down on the count, 0-2.
And he doesn't swing the bat like a leadoff man. Although, you know, we're seeing more and more of that.
Yes, we are.
The prototypical leadoff man, not so much.
Yeah. And I think that's part of the modern thinking as well.
Yeah.
You just soon have a home run as a base hit.
Think about the #2 hitter for the Yankees, Gary Sanchez. Yep. #2 hitter for the Blue Jays, Josh Donaldson. I mean, just look right. The lineups are configured differently nowadays.
Ball, 2 strikes.
Well, Aaron Sanchez needs a strikeout in the worst way. We talked about how tough both he and Chris Archer are when they get you to 2 strikes, which is where Corey Dickerson is right now.
Yeah, and we've seen him use that curveball 3 times to 2 different left-handed hitters. He's got Morrison with it on a 1-2 count twice. He got Kiermaier with it down 0-2. And now Dickerson 1-2. Pitch here. Fastball that time, up and in a bit. 2-2. Things sail up there.
Well, now if you're Corey Dickerson, you think about running the curveball down in the zone off of that. He could also go to the changeup, try a surprise pitch. See what he's going to do. Maybe stay hard in.
And it's foul back. He does. It's still 2-2.
Yeah, you're trying to get poor contact. Maybe a swing and a miss, but if you do hit it, it's going to be off the handle, the label. The ball's not going to go very far. Pitch like that, well then, you can play the curveball right underneath that. You can go with something down and away because it opens up the outer third. You're able to rush a fastball in on a guy like that, 95, 97. They're going to go with that curveball right off of it.
2-2. Breaking ball and a base hit up the middle. That will score Norris, and the Rays take the lead. He did come with a curveball. Dickerson comes through with a line single into center, and the Rays lead 1-0.
It's not the idea. It's not the pitch. It's the execution. And he wanted to come with a curveball and drop it down and in. And look where it ends up. It backs up on him and just spins middle at the belt. And Corey Dickerson just lines it right back up the middle. Great job. Nothing on the stride. He shortens things up, uses the middle of the field, gives the Rays the lead.
So the leadoff single by Derek Norris has been turned into a run by the Rays, driven home by Corey Dickerson. Beckham at second now. Here's Kevin Kiermaier. Fastball away. Kiermaier 0 for 2 in this game, a strikeout in the fourth. One and one. Up with the fastball that time. So the Rays break through. In just a little bit there. 2-1. Another curveball. Pretty close here.
Very. The fact that Russell Martin had to reach for it didn't help.
Foul the other way. Now the Rays left a couple men on in the fourth, left a man at second in the third. Got another chance here in the fifth inning, and they've scored a run. 2 on with 1 out right now. Kiermaier came into the game 3 of 7 against Sanchez. 0 for 2 tonight. Little looper into left, and it's going to be caught by Tulowitzki. Soft humpback liner, and Tulowitzki got back there into shallow left field to make the catch. Just not quite high enough.
You let yourself start to think of the possibilities if this ball drops in. Tulowitzki gets a good read on it, rangy.
Yeah, he's a tall shortstop, and
Yes.
that helped him right there.
Sure did.
Here's Evan Longoria. Evan with 2 fly ball outs tonight. He's had trouble with Sanchez, now 1 of 16 off him. And a line drive that's caught by the second baseman, Travis. So the Rays settled for 1 run. They lead 2 and lead 1-0. Expected an outstanding pitching matchup with Chris Archer opposing Aaron Sanchez, and we've received that. Archer threw 5 innings, allowing just 1 hit, facing only 15. Got a double play ball after giving up the hit and has struck out 6. Aaron Sanchez has been tough, but the Rays have gotten to him for a run.
They did, and it started at the bottom of the order. You think back at just the last half inning, Corey Dickerson's going to get the hit to drive in the run, but it started with a Derek Norris base hit, and Alex Smith 4-pitch walk, 7-8 hole, get you started. Dickerson able to finish it with a base hit and a run, and right now that seems to be pretty big, the way these guys are throwing the baseball.
64 pitches for Archer through 5. Russell Martin will lead off. Martin, Smoke, and Pollard due up. Martin pops it up on the first pitch. Right side. Morrison at first base makes the catch. Boy, he had to wait for a long time to have that ball come down. It's the first out in the 6th. Justin Smoke due up. Smoke, a strikeout victim in the 3rd. One ball, no strikes. One. Archer gave up a leadoff hit to Morales in the 5th after he retired the first 12 men he faced. That's a strike. 1-2. Ball, shift on. Miller handles that. Smoke is out number 2. Bouncing ball towards short right. Miller was right there. 2 up and 2 down.
That's one of those ground balls I often wonder. We talk about it all the time. Does that count does the shift get a plus or a check mark for that? You know? I mean, because really, at the end of the day, if Brad Miller's playing a regular, normal second base, fields that ball anyway. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, so.
Yeah, if it's not hit overly hard,
no.
He's got a good shot to get over there. Pilar pops it foul. That carries out of play. I'm going to guess that that's in the shift column.
I'll bet you it is. Listen, you got to justify, right?
Yeah, well, sure.
Yeah. There's so much data that's gone over, and if a guy shows a tendency, you're going to see that. That's part of baseball now. That's just the way it goes. And you know, the other thing is, you hear these rumblings like, well, maybe they shouldn't be allowed to do that. Well, you can't do that either.
No.
It'd be like telling a defense in football you can't, overload blitz on the side. No, you do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Put your defenders wherever you want. It's up to the guy at the plate.
Hey, they're doing it, and the game's surviving just fine.
Yes, it is.
No problem. Ball 2 strikes the count to Pilar. Well, Archer has faced the minimum number of hitters. The only glitch is that 0-2 base hit to right on the changeup in the 5th by Morales, who was eventually erased on a double play ball. Now it's 2-2 to Pilar. Top of the order, Devin Travis on deck. And foul out of play. Start number 2 for Archer tonight, coming off the win over the Yankees. Fouled again. Mid-90s fastball, right there at 95.
And the pitch count under control. Very much so.
Yeah, he averaged, I think, 15.4 pitches in the Yankee game, and he's been better than that in this one. Two. Ground ball headed toward the middle, and that ball skips through. Well, Pilar picks up a 2-out single. Just sneaked it through.
Middle of the field. Archer gave it an effort, and then almost fell out of the camera shot.
Almost as if he stepped on a spring right there. So here's the top of the order. Travis, Devin Travis, grounded to third and to short. Stairs. Strike call, 1-1. Archer surrendered 2 singles. Has not walked anybody. 6 strikeouts. Ground moved to first. Blue Jays are out in the 6th inning. They pick up a hit, leave a man. We're headed into the Rays half of inning 6. 1-0 Tampa Bay. Into the 6th, some good popcorn there. Now your young sluggers at home will be able to pack their bats like the pros when the Rays take on the Blue Jays tomorrow. Kids 14 and under receive a baseball bat pack presented by Sagicor Life Insurance Company. Be a part of the action. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com. Rays up. Yes, they are up, and Brad Miller will lead it off. Miller, Souza Jr. and Morrison. Pitch is a strike. Orioles have come back to beat the Yankees tonight, 5-4 in Baltimore. Gibbons gets the win, and Betances gave up a couple in the 7th, and he takes the loss. They also lost Gary Sanchez, who was hurt in the 5th inning during an at-bat. The Yankees are now 1-4. The Orioles are 4-0. A ball, 2 strikes. Aaron Sanchez on the mound. The Rays got to him for a run in the 5th. Souza Jr. waits on deck. And that takes care of Miller. Speed got him.
Well, for the most part tonight, Aaron Sanchez has featured the fastball, the curveball, occasional changeup, not too many, and there it is. 89 miles an hour. You got to respect the fastball. Get ready to start the swing early, and a little too early there for Brad.
Souza Jr. up here with a 1-for-2 night. Lifts a fly ball to center, and Pilar takes care of that. 2 up, 2 down. A couple of quick outs here in the 6th.
First baseman, Logan Morrison.
Logan Morrison twice has been victimized by a curveball after falling behind 1-2. 0-for-2 tonight. strike on the inside corner. Fastball to start him. Two. Way up there with a fastball that time. Who has scored the game's only run, is on deck. Two. Change-ups in the sequence of pitching. Be here 2-2. Ground ball hits the mound, picked up by Tulowitzki. So Morrison out, short to first. Donaldson, Bautista, Morales due up in the 7th for Toronto. One nothing ball game. We move into the 7th inning. Chris Archer, 6 strikeouts, no walks. He's given up a couple singles. One of those he raced on a double play ball. And the Blue Jays have not advanced a man beyond first base tonight. Some big bats up in the 7th, beginning with Josh Donaldson, then Jose Bautista and Kendrys Morales. They are combined 1 for 6 with 5 strikeouts tonight. Those 3 dangerous hitters. Foul ball up the right side for a strike. Pitch was Archer's 80th of the night. One and one. Balls and a strike. is down 3-1. Archer had gotten ahead of Donaldson each of the first 2 at-bats. He got him on a fastball swinging and missing in the first, and a slider swinging and missing in the fourth.
But he's set a precedent. He's not necessarily going to come with a fastball here.
So it is pop foul, going to carry out of play. And the count is full. Yeah, you're right about that. He went 3-1 with Bautista and threw him a slider and then struck him out with a fastball last time. Fastball this time.
Yeah, and this one right here, Donaldson probably wishes he had another crack at. That was middle of the plate, just above the belt. And all he could do was foul it off. And this is a guy at the plate that is known to chase the slider. Chris Archer's got one of the best ones in the game. Let's see if that's what he decides to go with.
And it's low. So he did.
Yep.
And misses with it, gives up the first walk.
Where it's been effective all game long is when Chris Archer's able to keep it in the zone for a long time, and then that late break takes it out. That was out of the zone, out of the hand. And that's why Donaldson able to take that and go to first base.
So for the second time tonight, the leadoff hitter is on in an inning for Toronto. Now Bautista. And that's a ball low. Is behind Bautista now. Get a visit from Tim Beckham briefly. Nothing game here. In the 7th. It's foul back after the fastball. 2-1. Phillies scored 12 runs in the bottom of the first against Washington. They sent 16 men to the plate. 10 runs charged to Jeremy Guthrie and 2 to Eddie Romero. It's 3-1. 12 runs, 9 hits in that first inning.
Oh man,
that's Phillies.
Great for Philadelphia. So the first 2 men are on in the 7th inning. So a difficult start to this inning and a 1-run game. Evan Cash and Jim Hickey together in the Rays dugout. Derek Norris to the mound. Kendrys Morales will be coming up here. He struck out and singled. He picked up the first hit for the Blue Jays. That came to lead off the 5th inning after Archer had retired the first 12 men to face him. So here's Morales. And strike. Morales connected for the grand slam in the game Thursday. Blake Snell, that came early in the 3rd, turned around a 95-mile-per-hour fastball. In a key spot right now. First time the Blue Jays have had a man as far as second. This one up the left field line. That's going to be foul. Just outside the line. Well, he flipped the changeup into right field for the first hit of the game. And right there, Kendrys Morales trying to flip a changeup up the left field line. The Blue Jays even in this game. Well, it turns out to be foul, and now that gives Chris Archer the ability to try to put him away. He's got him in the hole 0-2.
And a spot to maybe turn this inning around. 0-2. Double play ball. Miller, Beckham 1, first base 2, 4-6-3 on the double play. He'll take that. Donaldson goes to third. He'll be there with 2 gone. So the Rays got a big double play in the 7th inning.
Now this ball well struck. It gets on Brad Miller quickly, but boy, he didn't even have to move. Now the feed and finish. Close to getting out of this.
Now it's Archer against Tulowitzki. Tulowitzki, 2 fly ball outs, 1 to center, 1 to right tonight. Ground ball, that's going to go through the hole. Into left for a base hit to tie the game. Tulowitzki, who had a couple of hits in last night's game, including a home run, singles in the tying run. Boy, that double play ball, a big lift for the Rays, but on the very next pitch, Tulowitzki ties the game.
Well, he uses his lanky frame to get out and reach this. Slider doesn't quite get to its spot. It's still down, but Tulowitzki kind of lunges out and is able to get out around the baseball and find the open hole on the left side.
So the leadoff walk to Donaldson turns into a run. Tulowitzki's at first with 2 outs. Here's Steve Pearce. Strike at the knees, fastball. One and one. Ball, 2 strikes. Fastball out over the plate. Top of the 7th. Game now tied. Russell Martin on deck. And there is strike 3 call. He gets Pearce looking. 7th strikeout of the night. This one ends the top of the 7th. We're tied 1-1. Fox Sports Sun brought to you by your Southern Chevy dealers. By Kubota. For more information, go to FloridaKubotaDealers.com. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Tulowitzki's base hit to left. Scored Josh Donaldson to tie the game. So on to the bottom of the 7th we go. Aaron Sanchez and Chris Archer. Pitching matchup. 81 pitches through 6 for Sanchez. Derek Norris leads off here in the bottom of the 7th.
This is the part of the lineup that gave him trouble last time around. See if they can do it again.
First pitch popped up, a foul ball coming straight back, foul. One strike the count. Foul. Alex Smith next, and Tim Beckham. Ball, 2 strikes. Rays scored their run in the 5th inning when they left a couple on. They've stranded 5 tonight. Not many base runners for the Blue Jays. They have a run and they've stranded 2. And now the count is full. A little walk behind the mound. And a long one, but well foul. Norris turning on the fastball, pulls it foul.
Well, that's smart. You know, Derek Norris falls down 0-2. He's able to take some pitches from Sanchez. He sees him miss with the curveball, saw him miss with the changeup, realizes, hey, you know what, real good chance I'm going to see another heater here. Doesn't want to walk the leadoff man. And he just hammered it foul. See if he changes Sanchez's mind after that swing.
And a fastball again. He fouls this one back. Down there in the bullpen. Joe Biagini has been throwing for a bit. And Casey Lawrence, who just joined the team today after that long game last night, has joined him. And that is strike 3 call. So he stayed with a fastball, gets him looking.
Saved the nastiest one for last. They got Derek Norris looking for something else, just tied him up here. See that late movement too, right at the top of the strike zone. Able to come back and get him.
5th strikeout for Sanchez. Smith takes the pitch upstairs. Smith has been on twice. He has an infield hit and a walk. Three balls, no strikes. Sanchez will take another stroll back of the mound.
Well, you think about the last time, Malik Smith down at first base, and it's an opportunity to swipe second. You're thinking about that here if he can reach.
3-1. That's ball 4, too close. Smith is on for the third time tonight. Second time he has walked. Well, the Rays have the outstanding speed aboard.
Well, and last time Malik Smith got such an aggressive lead. Sanchez threw over a couple of times, didn't shorten it at all. And it was just a matter of when was he going to go. Challenged Russell Martin. He was able to get in there safely.
Chat on the mound there. That's what's coming up tomorrow on Rays Live. The pregame show is presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Okay, Goda Rizzi will be on the mound for the Rays, and we'll hear from him. Alex Cordery will check out some of the new concessions here at the Trop. And it's a wide array.
We got a sneak preview of a number of the new items.
Forward to that. Here's Beckham lifting a fly ball to left. Pierce is there to make the catch. So on the first pitch, Beckham is out. Well, you do wonder about that a little bit. You've got great speed at first.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I know that's. It's a double-edged sword too, because if you allow a pitch or two for Malik Smith to be able to steal second base, now maybe you're down 0-2. We've already talked about getting to 2 strikes on Sanchez or Archer doesn't usually go well for you as a hitter. So Tim Beckham aggressive, but you're right, it does not allow Malik's to attempt a stolen base. Although here you got another chance, and with 2 outs, you really expect them to go at some point.
Well, the hitter is Corey Dickerson. He drove in the run with a base hit in the 5th. And they throw it away. Smith will turn second and stop there. The second baseman, Travis, chases it down. Well, forget about the steal now. An error moves Smith into scoring position.
It's always great, Dwayne, when you can get somebody else to do the work for you. And that's what happens here. This throw wide, arm side wide. Justin Smoak can't get to it, and there is your runner in scoring position.
And you're right about that strategy. Well, you can
climb the ladder.
Yes, you can. Well, now the Rays with the man in scoring position for Corey Dickerson. Piece of it foul, strike 1. Dickerson took a curveball into center field in the 5th inning for an RBI single. Outside, 1-1. Genie on the right side down there in the bullpen. Ooh, down and in, and boy, what a stop right there. Scooping it out of the dirt by Martin.
And usually, you're not expecting a fastball in the dirt. The off-speed pitches, yes, you anticipate. But this heater at 96 nonetheless, and look how far he's got to go with the backhand and corral it.
A 2-1 count. Three balls and a strike. Sanchez on the verge of making his 100th pitch of the night. Archer has made 98 through 7. Foul ball back. Count's going to go full. Braves pushed him to 24 pitches in the 5th when they scored their run. This next one will be the 20th of this inning. Dickerson's out on strikes. Fastball. So the Rays leave a man at second. We go to the 8th. Tied 1-1. Well, on to the 8th we go. As you can see, the Rays picked up a run in the 5th. Blue Jays tied it with a run in the 7th inning. And this has been the matchup we thought it might be. Aaron Sanchez and Chris Archer.
14 total innings, 7 hits. Yeah, as advertised. And Archer back out there for the 8th.
98 pitches through 7 for Chris Archer. Martin takes a fastball, and that's strike one. Tommy Hunter up in the bullpen. 0-2. Popped to first his last time. Justin SMOAK is on deck. Ball, 2 strikes. Archer pitched 7 innings in that outing against the Yankees, made 108 pitches in that one. At 101 right now. This is high. Pitches in the 7th. The Blue Jays scored their run. Back-to-back walks open that inning to Donaldson and Bautista. Now after getting ahead 0-2, Archer has a full count on Martin. Missed up and in. So all 3 walks here coming in the space of the last 6 hitters.
And right now, Tom Foley, let's see if there was a swing here. Almost like a check right there. The ball did not touch the bat. Close. That ball went right over. I think the Rays wondering if that ball nicked off the knob of the bat, and of course then would be a caught strike 3. Here's the best look. Does it? I mean, doesn't look like it there. Close.
See Archer wondering about that right away. Well, a good thought, but it's ball 4. SMOAK. Outside for a ball. Center field. Martin's going to head to third. He'll make it. 1st and 3rd. Nobody out. SMOAK picking up his 1st hit.
Well, that leadoff walk obviously comes back and hurts right here. Chris Archer going with that slider away, and SMOAK, another tall, lanky guy, able to reach out to the outside corner, get enough of that ball to get it out into right center field, and now the Blue Jays threaten 1st and 3rd, nobody. And how about once again, as well as these 2 starters have thrown the baseball here tonight, bottom of the order. Bottom of the order for the Rays, hassled Sanchez. Now the bottom of the order for the Blue Jays, hassling Archer.
So Kevin Pillar, infield up. 1st and 3rd. It's inside. Pillar's hit came in the 6th. popped up. It's a foul ball. Norris away with the mask. One away. So they get the first out with the runners still at first and third. Pilar fouling out to the Rays catcher.
Well, that's a big one. Big one. And now you've got an opportunity to get the ball on the ground, a double play, and get out of this thing.
Devin Travis will be the hitter. Blue Jays are going to get a runner at first base. They'll lift smoke. Carrera is going to come off the bench. Ezekiel Carrera will run. So they add some speed over there.
Your attention, please. Entering for smoke, number 3, Ezekiel Carrera.
Travis has hit the ball on the ground all 3 times, once to third, twice to short. Braves would like another one of those. Foul out of play, strike 1. Archer in a bit of a spot here. Properly placed ground ball could get him out of it.
This is where you've got to, you can't think results. You've got to think process. You've got to think, pick your pitch, pick your spot, and execute it, and then move on. Can't get ahead of yourself. Now he can do whatever he wants. He's just beat him with the fastball up and in. He can go right back up there, out over the plate. He can go down and away with the slider. He has lots of options here, and he's got a hitter on the defensive.
Two-strike pitch from Archer to Travis. Foul out of play. Josh Donaldson is on deck. Devin Travis back in, Archer ready. He got him. Got him looking at a fastball. Big strikeout. 2 gone.
Well, and right down the middle, too. How about that? Right down Broadway. Boom. Cannot pull the trigger.
So 2 gone, first and third. And now the matchup, Archer and Josh Donaldson. Donaldson opened the 7th with a walk and scored the Toronto run tonight. The Rays got their run in the 5th. Into the dirt, blocked by Norris.
Wow. And that ball was going to be headed into the dirt right out of the hand. That didn't have a chance. And Derek Norris, a great job of staying on top of it, keeping it right out in front, runner on third.
Ray's going to have a little conference on the mound. Archer at 113 pitches right now. There's the breakout for Archer. 71 strikes of 113 pitches.
Pushed way back.
Ground ball up the middle, base hit. Martin scores, and it's 2-1 Toronto. Donaldson sent the fastball right back into center. Guerrero stops at second as Martin scores. And it's 2-1. And Kevin Cash comes out to make the change. So Archer departs after 114 pitches and leaves trailing 2-1. Two-thirds, 114 pitches. He leaves down 2-1. A couple of men on base as Tommy Hunter comes on. It'll be Hunter against Bautista. Hunter pitched an inning and a third here Thursday. And the first pitch is in there, a strike. Breaking pitch to start Bautista. And again.
A couple of good ones. I mean, right out of the gate. Tommy Hunter, no stranger to these types of situations. This is a big at-bat. The Rays down. Obviously, it's frustrating, but you cannot allow the Blue Jays to add on. Got to end it right here.
And he does. Fastball, two breaking balls, and a fastball at 96. Got him looking. 2-1, Toronto. Chris Archer making the start for the Rays tonight. Retired the first 12 men to face him. And just a couple of hits through the first 6 innings. A big double play ball in the 7th inning. On a ball hit by Kendrys Morales, but gave up the base hit to Tulowitzki in the 7th, scoring Donaldson. And then it was Donaldson who singled in the 8th inning after Russell Martin had opened with a walk. So Chris Archer worked 7 2/3 in this great matchup tonight. Aaron Sanchez out of the game after 7 innings, 4 hits of 1-run baseball. Kevin Kiermaier leads it off against Joe Biagini. Takes over for Sanchez. 3rd appearance. Biagini worked an inning and 2/3 here Thursday. That's a little soft pop back of first foul. It's 1-1. Steve Pearce in from left field to play first base defensively. Carrera takes over in left after entering as a pinch runner for SMOAK. So it's Kiermaier, Longoria, and Miller against Joe Biagini. Foul out of play, 1-2. We mentioned the other night when Biagini was in the game, he was a Rule 5 pick. And last year was an important part of the Toronto bullpen.
Now, big guy, powerful guy, 6'5", comes almost directly over the top, trying to drive the ball downhill, has very good stuff. See why you would like him. And, you know, as a Rule 5 guy, you never know. Yep. You never know because no experience, lower level. And boy, he came through big and obviously in an important role now again.
A little tap back to the mound and a quick throw to first. Boy, that ball almost came loose.
I thought it did. I thought it did. Maybe it was the white shoes of Kevin Kiermaier, but you're right. It's amazing. His speed out of the box causes everybody to panic. You know, ground balls, you know that there's no margin for error. Biagini knows this. He hurries the throw. It's a little wide, and Steve Pearce able to corral that and then get the glove out of the way. Wow.
It's the first out here in the 8th for Evan Longoria. Evan looking for his first hit tonight. And there's a shot into right. That's going to be in for a base hit. The Rays have a base runner with 1 out in the 8th. So let's see if that's the start the Rays need. Down by a run.
Well, too much elevation. Evan Longoria able to reach out across the strike zone, line that ball out into right field, keep it in front of Jose Bautista. And now you got Brad Miller and all his power up the plate.
Brad 0 for 2, has walked once. The pitch is down, a ball and no strikes. Alex Colomé up in the Rays bullpen.
They're thinking right along with the booth. Brad Miller pops one and you get Colomé ready for the 9th.
Like the plan. 2-0. Three balls, no strikes. Biagini's been all around that strike zone, and that one was very close. .3-0 the count. And ball 4. So that pushes Longoria into scoring position. Walk to Miller. Steven Souza Jr. is going to be the hitter. Coming up on Rays Live, the postgame, presented by WB Mason. Richard Orestes will be along to break down this pitcher's duel. We'll hear from Kevin Cash, and Alex Cordry will have interviews from the clubhouse. Souza 1 for 3. Had a base hit in the 4th inning. It's low. Miller first, Longoria second. 1-1. Conference on the mound. Martin out. Now to talk with Biagini. Biagini in 60 games last year for John Gibbons. Of it foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Has had trouble with that hard slider, keeping it in the zone, near the zone. The Rays have created an opportunity for themselves. Souza Jr. swinging a hot bat.
And a base hit into center field. Longoria is going to be waved around. Pillar's throw to the plate, up the line. Rays tie it. Steven Souza Jr. comes through again. It's a 2-2 ball game.
I'll tell you, Steven Souza Jr. has done such a great job of staying on the baseball. He does it again. You know, 2 big swings at the fastball previously in this at-bat. That one he stays in, shortens just a hair. You can see right there, that's not the full out Souza Jr. swing, and uses the middle of the field. Great success. Outstanding job by the Rays right fielder, and it's all tied up again. They still threaten.
Well, Miller up at second now with Souza Jr. at first, and Logan Morrison is the hitter. 2-2 ball game. Fly ball center field. Pilar there to make the catch. No chance to advance. And Morrison is the second out of the inning.
Number 33, the catcher, Derek Norris.
So Derek Norris will be the hitter. More action in the bullpen for the Blue Jays. Casey Lawrence, who was up earlier, is now throwing. He just joined the club today after last night's long game. So here's Norris. He singled and scored the first run back in the 5th. And he's after the first pitch, pops it up. Tulowitzki out from shortstop, makes the catch. So the Rays tie it here in the 8th inning. Couple of hits, a big one by Steven Souza Jr. driving in Evan Longoria. We go to the 9th, tied 2-2. Geico, great moment. It was on this date in 2015. Brad Boxberger striking out the side of the ninth with the Rays defeating Baltimore 2-0. And Kevin Cash, his first win as a big league manager. Congratulated by Tom Foley there. Kevin Cash still the youngest manager in the major leagues. In the early days of his 3rd season the Rays manager. The record of 3-2 here, tied 2-2 with Toronto, and he calls upon Alex Colomé to pitch the 9th inning in this tie game.
Well, he has been flawless thus far. 3 games, 3 saves, and a 4-inning save in the game last night. 4-out save. He's a heck of a save for 4 innings.
So here's Kendrys Morales. Takes a strike. Morales, Tulowitzki, and Pierce due up. On 1 count. Tapper comebacker. They look that one right back into the glove and throws out Morales. Rays baseball on Fox Sports Sun tonight, brought to you by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers and by Pinch A Penny, the perfect people for a perfect pool. Kiermaier bobblehead agrees. Troy Tulowitzki. Tulowitzki 1 for 3. He singled in the run in the 7th. Pitch strike at the knees. Rays had the shift for the left-handed bat of Morales. Now a shift for the right-handed bat of Tulowitzki. 1. Chopper foul. 1-2. Archer 7 2/3. Tommy Hunter came on, made 3 pitches and got BAUTISTA on strikes to end the 8th. Now Colomé pitching the 9th. Flinch there by TULOWITZKI.
Well, you use that fastball in off the plate to then maybe go back and set up the slider down and away. Make him aware of that pitch in, get him thinking he's going to have to be quick, and then try to expand the zone down and away.
Ground ball shortstop. Beckham's throw to first in time. 2 ground ball outs in the 9th. Base is empty with 2 gone, and Steve Pearce is on his way to the plate.
Number 28, Steve Pearce.
Pearce is fouled out, grounded into a double play, and was caught looking in the 7th. He was one of 8 strikeouts recorded by Archer tonight. Low, 1-0. Jason Grilli, who has been serving as the closer in the absence of Roberto Osuna. One and one. One and one, the count on Pearce. Now Colomé's a pitch away from closing out the 9th.
And just never is out of sorts out there on the mound, no matter the situation. And that's why you love Alex Colomé in save situations, in tie games, in big moments. And it's also why he's taken so well to the role. Get it in there.
The 1-2. Popped up foul, headed toward the stands, and that's going to be out of play. Back of the dugout. Seven and 2/3 for Archer, a third for Hunter. 1-2 again. Got it. Struck him out with a fastball. 3 up, 3 down. We're going to go to the bottom of the 9th. Smith, Beckham, and Dickerson due up for the Rays. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Rays tied it on the base hit by Steven Souza Jr. in the 8th. It's a 2-2 ball game. Well, last night's game, back and forth, back and forth. Rays eventually prevailed in that one, and now they've tied it in the 8th and will bat in the 9th inning against Joe Biagini. Alex Smith will lead it off. He's been on 3 times with an infield hit and 2 walks. Donaldson very close at third. And there's a ball.
Trying to take away, obviously, the bunt, and Donaldson, yeah, he's doing that in a big way. See how close he is. And then trying to position himself in case Alex Smith tries to slap it by him. So not only is he in, but he's not close to the line, trying to take away that alley between short and third.
A 2-0 count. Ball 3. Ball 4. Leadoff walk on 4 pitches. And Smith is aboard with his great speed.
Number 1, shortstop, Tim Beckham.
Now Tim Beckham. Pete Walker is going to head to the mound. Toronto pitching coach on his way.
Well, you've just created a big headache for yourself. Not only leadoff man aboard, bottom of the 9th inning, but leadoff man aboard on a 4-pitch walk who has ridiculous speed. And so now you've got to go over defensively what you're going to try and do here and what the Rays' options are.
Mark Wegner walks out there to break it up. Montoya and Beckham talk it over. Beckham was up there with 1 out. And Alex Smith aboard in the 7th inning. Get a fly ball to left. See how the Rays play this. Beckham, the number 9 hitter, so Corey Dickerson follows him. There's a bunt popped up and caught by Pierce. So Beckham pushing at the ball, pops it up.
Well, that was one of the options and not exactly what the Rays were looking for. Tim Beckham gets that bat head out there. He kind of jabs at the baseball, and as he does that, the barrel of the bat dips and catches the bottom of the baseball, pops it right up to Pierce.
1 out with Smith at first. Here's Dickerson. Corey drove in a run in the 5th inning. Smith back in at first. Again to first.
Well, you've got to pay attention to him. Alex Smith, a stolen base threat, opposing base stealers, 7 out of 9 against Biagini a year ago in 67 2/3 innings. So not a ton of action, but enough. Big lead by Alex.
Pitch is wide. 1-0. Smith back in at first. Genie trying to keep him in check. Still getting that big lead. Bottom of the ninth, and again to first.
The boos get louder, Dwayne.
Yeah. More vociferous with each toss over there.
Well, he definitely has Biagini's attention. Now, do you take it into your own hands and swipe second? Or do you end up creating enough of a diversion? That lead's getting even a little bit bigger. That Dickerson gets a real good pitch to hit.
And a cut and a miss. Yeah, there is some value in the distraction, especially with Dickerson at the plate.
Yeah, he's swinging the bat with authority. He's using the whole field. If you can start to divide a pitcher's mind where he's thinking about you, and all of a sudden, tries to rush his delivery towards home plate, leaves a pitch up and out over.
Runner's going, a pitch swung on and missed, throw down, not in time. A stolen base. Now the Rays get Smith into scoring position.
That lead, he went out another couple inches, and right there gets a great jump. You see how many steps he had in before Biagini delivered the ball to the plate. Russell Martin did all that he could. He just did not have a chance. I mean, he came out firing, gets a strong throw on the money, and it did not matter.
Well, they're going to review it. Smith will be at second base when this is all over.
It's not even close.
So after the review, the verdict pretty much as expected.
I thought they were kidding.
I'm surprised.
The only thing that it could have been was as the body went over the bag, and the tag was still left on him, did the thigh come, off the top of second base? I love that one. I love that one. We all do.
Ball 2 strikes, the count on Dickerson. A swing and a miss, ball pops loose. Throw down to first is going to be in time, and a big turn as Smith goes to third. Dickerson strikes out. The ball popped loose, and Martin had to go down to Pierce. So the Rays have Smith at third base with 2 outs.
And that ball just glances off the body. You see Malik Smith headed towards third. Martin's got to make the throw, and then, oh, by the way, hey, head back towards home plate. Well, that extra 90 feet, now you're starting to think about another pitch just like that.
Yep.
And this game's over.
Here's Kiermaier. He shortens on the bat. The pitch is a strike.
Speed. Bunting in speed.
Yeah, how about that?
I like that idea. That's a new way to win a ball game.
Yep. Smith 90 feet away from ending this game. one is low. 1-1. Smith walked, stole second, went to third on the wild pitch on the strikeout of Dickerson. Into the dirt, and it's blocked.
He's trying. Boy, Russell Martin. That's not an easy one right there because this ball changeup well out in front of the plate.
Ground ball headed to second. Travis with the throw to first in time, and the Rays do not score. Kiermaier's ground ball to second ends the ninth. So the Rays and the Blue Jays are headed into extra innings tonight, tied at 2. Starting pitching matchup pretty much as advertised. Aaron Sanchez and Chris Archer. Rays got a run in the 5th inning. Blue Jays back on that base hit by Tulowitzki in the 7th. Tied it. Took the lead in the 8th inning. Donaldson singled, scored Russell Martin, and the Rays then tied it in the bottom of the 8th. Steven Souza Jr.'s line single to center, scored Evan Longoria. The Rays left a man aboard in the bottom of the 9th, and so we go to the 10th, tied 2-2. And Xavier Cedeno is pitcher number 4 of this game for the Rays. He'll be facing Russell Martin. A tap third base side foul, strike 1.
Cedeno in the game last night. Dueña referenced him earlier. Picked up the win in the 3rd of an inning. Nothing straight from Xavier. It is cutter curveball. But he will use both sides of the plate. Try to keep these hitters honest.
Taken for a ball, 1-1. Carrera on deck there, talking with John Gibbons, the manager. Close, very close. 2-2. Archer gave up 2 in 7 2/3. Sanchez gave up 1 in 7. The other run charged to Biagini. Remains 2-2.
Cedeno likes to spread that ball around the zone, stay down, keep the ball on the ground with the movement.
Long one, well foul. It's still 2-2. Tigers beat Boston. It's 4-1 a final. Count's going to be, well, he's it hit him. Maybe not. Maybe he just thought it did.
He's trying to convince somebody.
Yep.
Trying to convince Mark Wegner. Wegner's not buying.
John Gibbons wants to have a talk with Wegner.
Let's take a look. Cutter yanked it just a little bit. Ooh. Off the dirt. Maybe off the toe. I don't think that ball, if it misses the toe, it's going to take that much of a hop. I also don't know if you're going to find any evidence that's overwhelming enough to get that overturned. They're going to look.
Take a look at this after all.
You know, that first shot from the center field camera, that tight shot, you see the ball come in, and it pops up pretty quick, which makes you think there's a chance, but is there anything definitive? That's what they're looking for. What we're all looking for.
Chalk in the dirt.
Checking for shoe polish.
There, it doesn't appear all, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not reaching my hand in the jar tonight. I'm not that convinced. I may be putting something in the jar. But I don't think that that's going to be a hit by pitch. It's just nothing definitive. But we don't get to make the call.
So the call on the field being reviewed is not hit by pitch.
There we go.
So it's going to be 3-2. So 3-2 the count to Martin as we resume. And that's ball 4.
And you know what you hate about that delay? Your pitcher just stands out there for minutes. They can say that's 138. That's 138 after they get to the headsets.
Yep.
It's a lot longer than that. And you're talking about a full count pitch that instead of taking 20, 30, 40 seconds in between, you're taking 2 minutes, 2:15.
There's no question about that.
Takes you right out of your rhythm. Bootleg.
It's Ezekiel Carrera. His first plate appearance tonight. Pitch is down. Jim Hickey is going to head to the mound. We saw a similar situation last night in the 6th inning when Cedeno came on with the bases loaded. Walked Morales and Tulowitzki forcing it to before he got SMOAK on the line drive to shortstop. And he's walked Martin now to begin the 10th. A ball, no strike count to Carrera, who's hitting in the spot originally occupied by SMOAK tonight. And the bunt is foul. 1-1. Pilar's on deck. There's the bunt. Throw to first out there, and moving up to second is Martin. So the Blue Jays put down the sacrifice bunt, advancing the runner. Over to take the throw. Pilar is due up, and the Rays are going to make a pitching change. Kevin Cash out of the dugout. Billups, Kenyon Martin, Jermaine O'Neal, and other legends of the hardwood leave it all on the floor for a 10-city 3-on-3 battle, the likes of which hoops fans have never imagined. Ice Cube presents Big 3 basketball, coming this summer only on FS1. Erasmo Ramirez gets the call, the 5th pitcher for the Rays tonight. After Archer worked the front 7 2/3, we're in the 10th. And at second base with 1 out, Kevin Pilar will be the hitter for the Blue Jays. The first pitch is too low, a ball. 6 of 13 against Erasmo Ramirez for Pilar. Low again, 2-0. Top of the order is on deck. Devin Travis. Ground ball headed up the middle, backhanded by Miller. He'll go to first for the out there. Rays had Miller positioned up the middle, and that ball hit sharply, made a nice play.
That ball was shot up the middle. And I'll tell you, without seeing where these guys are set up off the bat, you're like, uh-oh, here comes the Blue Jays taking a 3-2 lead. But here, right there, Brad Miller right in the middle of that mess, up the middle. That ball off the mound, too. Takes a little hop, nice backhand, nice throw. 2 outs.
Devin Travis. And that's a strike. Look at Travis, he's 4 for 8. So Erasmo in here facing 2 hitters who've had good success against him. 0-2. Opened with a walk, was sacrificed to second, moved to third on the ground ball by Millar. Sharply hit ball. Close. A near miss there, and it's 1-2. How close that was. And another attempt. That one missed. 2-2. From the Toronto bullpen. Fly ball center field, headed for Kiermaier. Blue Jays out in the 10th, and the Rays will bat in the bottom of the 10th with Evan Longoria due to lead it off, followed by Brad Miller and Steven Souza Jr. This game still tied. And the Blue Jays at 2-2. 40-year-old right-hander Jason Grilli will get the call with the Rays' middle part of the order coming up.
Well, just an inning and 2/3 on the season in a couple of games. Big spots. Evan Longoria leading off. We know how clutch he's been. He got the Rays. Well, Rays were down a run. He got it started for him a few innings ago. He's going to lead off here. And a couple interesting games, back-to-back nights.
Evans' hit came in the 8th when he scored. So he's 1 for 4. Really came on in the game Thursday. Got a couple strikeouts in that 5-2 Toronto win. Having 2 for 4 against him in his career. Pitch is up. All up on the top step of the dugout against the railing. Ready for a run. Hopped up foul. That will carry into the stands.
Evan tried to give it to him right there with that swing. Elevated fastball, just a little bit too much. Just fouled it off. Four-seam fastball, up, up, up. Ooh, that's how close.
Two balls and a strike. Wide. 3-1. Miller on deck. Popped up to the right side. Baseman Pierce makes the catch. One gone in the 10th.
Second baseman, number 13, Brad Miller.
Well, there's Brad Miller. Really, last year with Atlanta and Toronto was a combined 7-6. 10 home runs, 7 to left-handed hitters. Miller, a little tap up the first base side, and that ball is not going to be played for an out. Miller got in there. There was some indecision by Grilli and Pierce.
Yeah, those are the toughest ones, and you work on those in spring training. Those slow rollers that are kind of splitting the difference between the pitcher and the first baseman. There's got to be communication. There's got to be a feel. Brad Miller just hustling up the line. And right there, a little check swing. Who's going to get it? And right there, Grilli ends up shoveling it. Steve Pierce was off the bag. He was going to go for it. And that left hand of Brad Miller clipped the bag before Pierce was able to get on it. Great camera shot right there. There's Pierce. Watch the left hand of Brad Miller. Get there just in time.
Right fielder, number 20, Steven Souza Jr.
So the Rays have a base runner. Take a runner any way you can get it. Miller, who had walked twice, reaches on the infield hit. Steven Souza Jr. side. Well, it was Steven Souza Jr. who tied this game with a hot shot liner in the center field in the 8th.
Boy, it almost looked like he flattened his swing. You know, we're so used to Steven Souza Jr. just swinging and letting it fly at all times. But he flattened that swing there, used the middle of the field, and swinging the bat very well.
That finds the corner. It's 1-1.
The little subtle differences that we've seen in the swings of Souza Jr. and Corey Dickerson start to piece together why against lefties Souza Jr. is going to get some opportunities in the leadoff spot, and Corey Dickerson the same with righties.
2 balls and a strike. Upstairs, and it's 3-1. Logan Morrison is on deck. Miller, the base runner, and ball 4. Pitch wide. That pushes Miller into scoring position. An infield hit and a walk.
Yeah, and not over anxious either. You know, 3-1. Souza, as well as he's swinging the bat, wants to swing. Look how he just stays back on that pitch. Right now, a pretty good idea of the strike zone, and lets that pitch just slide right off the edge. And now the Rays, with 1 out, have that runner out at second base, looking to drive him in and end this thing.
Logan Morrison, a couple strikeouts, a ground ball and a fly ball. Pitch is a strike. Starts him with that little slider. Foul out of play the other way. Back. Morrison is down in the count. It's an 0 for 3 in his career against Grilling. Took a long time, and Morrison steps back.
A little gamesmanship. Try to get Logan Morrison stiff in the box. Got him down in the count 0-2.
Time again, Gurley holding the ball out there, and Morrison steps back. Morrison struck out against Gurley in the game on Thursday. Worked the count full, and extended at bat with a couple foul balls before he went down swinging on a fastball. He's down 0-2 right now. Way up. 1-2. Derek Norris, the Rays catcher, is on deck. Rays had a man in scoring position in the 9th and left Malik Smith at 3rd. They have Miller at 2nd, Souza at 1st, 1 out in the 10th. Too close. 2-2. Misses with the fastball on both sides of the plate. And again. And a full count. So after being down 0-2, Logan Morrison finds himself all the way out to 3 balls, 2 strikes. Ground ball right side, backhanded. Out at second. Pierce got the throw away to Tulowitzki, and no chance over at first base. Gurley tried to get over there but was not anywhere near in time, and so Miller goes to 3rd. Souza forced at 2nd on the fielder's choice.
Here it is, trying to find a hole on the right side. You see how far Pierce was off the bag, so he's able to get to it, get the lead runner, and now plenty of time, but there was no way that Gurley was going to get over there to be able to finish that play off. And now the Rays with another shot here.
Ricky Weeks Jr. will pinch hit for Derek Norris. With 2 outs with 2 men on, and again here in the 10th, as they did in the 9th, they have the potential winning run 90 feet away. So Weeks called upon to hit for the Rays catcher. The pitch in the dirt, blocked by Martin.
Well, those are always big. You get that runner to 3rd base. In this case, Brad Miller. Russell Martin's got to keep everything out in front. And that slider be ready. Look at those eyes all over that baseball.
Pitch is a strike, and down to 2nd base goes Morrison. Play there. He moves up in difference. One and one. The count to Weeks. Upstairs. 2 balls and a strike. The on deck man, Malik Smith. One. Starts to go. Checks in time. 3 balls and a strike. Pretty close, huh?
Yes, it was.
Telling you.
Yes,
wow.
it was. That's all right.
That's strike two. So the count is full on Ricky Weeks Jr.
Staying with the breaking ball. See if he sees it all the way through. A lot of innings under this man's belt. 40 years old, a ton of experience, closing big spots. Same with the guy at the plate, Ricky Weeks Jr.
3-2, and he comes back with a fastball and strikes him out. And the Rays do not score, leaving two. So out of all that, the Rays and the Toronto Blue Jays will head into the 11th tied 2-2. Well, the Rays and the Blue Jays will be wrapping up this series tomorrow with Jay Odorizzi on the hill. And our coverage begins at 12:30. Wrap-up game of the series and the final game of the homestand. Jake will be opposed by Marco Estrada. We go to the 11th here tonight. Erasmo Ramirez got out of the 10th and faces Josh Donaldson to begin the 11th. Fouls it out of play. Donaldson drove in a run in the 8th. At the time, it gave Toronto a 2-1 lead. Jesus Sucre takes over behind the plate. Norris lifted for the pinch hitter in the 10th. Ground ball. Backhanded up the middle by Miller, and his throw to first is right there. Again, they had Miller up the middle and shaded to the shortstop side, and they retire Donaldson.
That's a couple of times tonight we've seen that Rays shift really work out with having Brad Miller in the middle of the field. Always important to keep that leadoff man off base, and right there, Brad Miller. Familiar spot for him. He's made that throw.
Bautista, which ran away from him, a cut and a miss. He walked in the 7th. Two.
I like that little cutter right there thrown by Erasmo. 89 miles an hour. He keeps it low. He keeps it on the corner.
Ryan Tepera and Casey Lawrence up in the bullpen now for Toronto. A ball, 2 strikes. It's Kendrys Morales on deck. So the big bats due up here in the 11th. One of them has been retired. And a cut and a miss. That makes 2 of them.
Just completely overpowered with 92. Jose Bautista right now. Race pitching in his head just a little bit. Nothing real fancy about this. Heater, belt, middle. Cannot catch up. See how tardy he was on 92.
Here's Kendrys Morales. It was a base hit tonight. That came in the 5th. First pitch, a strike. Big cut right there. 0-2. Strike 3 call. Got him looking. A little late movement right there. We go to the bottom of the 11th. Tied 2-2. Rays and the Blue Jays head into the bottom of the 11th inning. This is a 2-2 ball game. And Casey Lawrence will be making his major league debut. Just joined the club today. Went last year with New Hampshire and Buffalo, a combined 8-12. Been a starting pitcher in the minor leagues, 29-year-old right-hander.
Yeah, a little bit of a different role here. Tie game, extra innings on the road. Tough way to make your major league debut. Coming in, like I said, out of the bullpen. Just starting ball games. This is a completely different animal, and we'll see how Mr. Lawrence holds up.
Alex Smith will lead it off. He has walked 3 times tonight after the infield hit his first time up. There's a couple of stolen bases. He's been all over the bases, but has not scored a run yet. This would be the opportune time.
Yes.
ball, no strikes. Fastball misses to start the bottom of the 11th. Bunt got out of there, and that's a strike.
Just able to catch the inside corner.
Two and one. Lawrence, the fourth pitcher for Toronto tonight. There's a shot toward the corner. Extra bases for Smith on his way to second, and he will stop there with a leadoff double. Malik Smith on for the 5th time tonight.
A different dynamic brought to the Rays offense. You got speed there at the bottom of the order now, with Kiermaier moving up to the top of the order, and he's having them at night. Here this Saturday, he gets that ball, puts it down into the corner, an instant threat for the Rays.
Oh, you love that speed.
Yep.
At the bottom of the order.
But you kind of bookend the lineup.
Yep.
You know, you've got Smith and his speed down to the 8-hole, Kiermaier up there in the 2-hole. Kind of roll it right into each other. Blue Jays going to have to be perfect from here on out.
Here's Tim Beckham. Beckham 0 for 4 tonight. Tried to bunt his last time and popped out to first. And puts down the bunt. Picked up by Donaldson. Throw to first in time, and over to third goes Smith. So he gets down the bunt. Donaldson to Travis covering first base. Now Gibbons out with the top of the order coming up. You can see all kinds of options here for Gibbons with a man at third and 1 out in this extra inning game.
Yeah, well, how about the reprieve here for Tim Beckham? Does a much better job of catching the baseball with the bat as opposed to, you know, poking out at it. Really, really nice bunt here by Tim Beckham. Square around, you get a chance to do it again. Put that ball exactly where he needed to, got the job done.
Well, Corey Dickerson will be the hitter for the Rays.
Are they going to pitch to him, or are we going to?
I'd be surprised.
There's the intentional walk, the new rule.
Yep. Let's go ahead and go to first.
They may do it again, too.
Yep. Another left-handed bat, Kiermaier.
He's going to go, too. There you go.
Yep. So those are the options that we referenced. They've decided to put both Dickerson and Kiermaier on. Load the bases. Evan Longoria will be the hitter with the bases loaded and 1 out here in the 11th. Alex Smith down at third. He carries the big run. Dickerson at second. Kiermaier at first. Longoria trying to end it. And he fouls it back on the fastball. Strike 1.
Evan Longoria would like nothing more than to get this ball airborne out into the outfield. You see Casey Lawrence in that arm angle trying to create some sinking action. Outfielders are shallow. Anything over their head, game's over anyway.
One pitch. 0-2.
Oh, that's a big one right there. Good changeup by Lawrence. Ball just never got there. You'd be hard pressed to not come right back with that.
And he strikes him out. And he did. Came right back with it. Boy, what a big strikeout for Lawrence in his major league debut.
He actually even puts this one in a better spot, especially 0-2. And you can see Evan trying to lengthen the swing and get out there. And he still was out in front. And that's why. When you saw how out in front Evan was on the first changeup, you're thinking to yourself, in this situation, as amped up as Evan is, you got to come back with it again, and it worked.
Brad Miller. And he takes the fastball away. 1-0. Big cut. Change up again.
Yeah, I'll tell you, he's got a great feel for that pitch right now. My goodness. Great arm action on it. It has the same movement and spin as the fastball, and it's about 10 miles an hour slower. That's a big gap.
This time Miller lays off.
That changeup he babied. That one, the body slowed up a little bit. Sometimes that's the risk of throwing that pitch so often. You start to think changeup instead of really what you should be thinking is four-seam fastball.
2-1, foul back on the fastball. So we're at 2-2. So after that leadoff double and the sacrifice, moving the man over to third, two intentional passes to Dickerson and Kiermaier to load him. Longoria struck out on the change, and now it's 2-2 to Miller. And Miller started to go, check, and the count is full. Here we go, 3-2. That changeup is the big pitch for him.
It is, and once you got the arm speed back up with the fastball, I mean, my thought right off the top is you give yourself 2 pitches for a changeup to retire Brad Miller. He just threw one there, was off the plate, come right back with it.
And ball 4. He came back with a fastball and missed with it. And the Rays come away with a victory in 11 innings, 3-2 on a bases loaded walk. Well, you wondered about, did he come back with a change? And he missed with the fastball, forcing Smith, who'd been on base all night long, and finally, the 5th time he reached, Alex Smith scores the winning run on a bases-loaded walk in the 11th inning to Brad Miller, and the Rays take this one. It's a 3-2 final. The Rays will go to 4-2, 3-8-0, 14 left for the Rays. 2-5-1, 5 left for the Blue Jays. And there's ball 4.
And did you see where Russell Martin was asking for that? He had his glove right in the middle of the plate. He just wanted to strike. Force Brad Miller to swing the bat and take your chances. That ball sailed wide and out of the zone. And the Rays win another strange one. Right around that 4-hour mark. Not as many runs, but it's another win, and you'll take them any way you can get them.
Rasmo Ramirez will get the win. He is 1-0. Lawrence in his major league debut, the losing pitcher, 0-1. 3 hours and 55 minutes the time of the game before 21,838. And the Rays start the year with a record of 4-2. Right now, let's go to the field. Alex with Brad Miller.
All right, well, Brad, a bases walk to win this one. How do you best describe the way this thing all played out?
Crazy back and forth. You know, 2 starting pitching performances that were pretty good from the beginning, but man, we just battled, and glad we got the win there.
You bring up that this team battled. Well, now 2 nights in a row, you guys have won a battle. What do you make of this team's resiliency just so early in the season?
I think everybody has a lot of confidence in each other, you know, passing it along, not trying to do too much, and just picking each other up when we can. So I think it's a sign of a team that's hungry, and yeah, just, you know, good to get the win.
And I just want to ask you about your starting pitcher tonight, Chris Archer. He picked up right where he left off against the Yankees. What were you seeing from him tonight?
He was really sharp. You know, we know he has the ability to you know, keep him low like that every time. We just got to get him a couple. And I'm really glad we came back and battled and picked up one, you know, in the 8th. And yeah, he's sharp. I mean, he's electric, and he's mixing stuff up now, and it's been fun. That was cold, and they gave it away.
Yeah, how you feeling right now?
I don't feel a thing. That win was awesome, so that was fun. A lot of good performances. Malik, Souza, I mean, big-time guys, so that was fun.
Let me ask you real quick about Malik Smith. On base all 5 times tonight. What do you make of the job he did?
He was awesome. I mean, you know, he had great at-bats. You know, he swung at the right pitches in the zone. He let the balls go by. I know it sounds simple, but, man, great job. And he sparked, you know, a couple different rallies. So that was a lot of fun to see him out there running.
Absolutely. Brad, thanks so much. Keep it cool. Dwayne.
All right, Alex, thank you very much. An extra inning win for the Rays for the 4th time in franchise history. They begin the year 4-2 with this victory tonight, 3-2 at 11 over the Toronto Blue Jays. For Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats, great to have you with us. Hope you've enjoyed the telecast. Rays Live, the post game, comes your way next.